Hello, everyone. Happy Thursday. Hello, Stripes, Sheppy, Vex. Hey, also Vex, no sweat. Don't sweat it. I literally saw a TikTok last night of a woman that had a like it was like some type of science degree. I'm not sure what this is, but it was very like high tier science degree from what it seemed. And they were a custodian. Like they just could not get a job in the field. They're just a custodian at that point. And I'm just like literally at this point, I understand like if people want it's just a hard thing. But like I understand. Do not worry about it. I am 100% sure that with your work ethic and the way that you are, you'll get the job that you want. Like I don't know how to explain it, but you are very compassionate as a person, so I think you'll get what you're looking at, no problem. Look a lot more at my fallback because I only credit as a 2 year. I can get in, yeah, it's fair. I can get a job after I got my first degree. Or it is, yeah, like literally, like I don't think with like I know a lot of jobs want like yeah, let's change the scene. Want like a good like degree or whatever. Hold on, that's a lot of little guys. Ow, ow. But like on God, it's kind of like it's not it, you know? People jobs just don't care anymore. Honestly, they're like you got to have a degree but also have a what the fuck is it called? Have job experience. They're like, well, how am I supposed to have job experience? I was learning this entire time. I primarily requires a 4 year to walk into the door, sadly. That's fair. But hey, maybe you can meet connections, show how ambitious you are. Maybe they'll just let you in the door that way. Because I feel like a lot of times with a lot of jobs, it's who you know. But for now, let's just focus on making you happy.
Hi, hi.
Hello, Kiwi. Hello, Happy. Welcome on in. Hi, Flame. Thank you so much, Happy, for the tier 1 for 3 months. I really fucking appreciate it. Like, honestly, I went out today to go to Costco, and I'm not gonna lie. I may have bragged about you guys a little bit to my roommate, which is him. He's our mod. Thank fuck. Yeah, thank fuck. I mean, you're honestly such a nice and sociable person. I would be very surprised if people didn't want to like work with you. What you doing, cat cow? I just started stream. Really, we haven't really done much, yet. I'm just kind of chilling. I gotta get my ID. What do you mean? What do you mean? It's still in there? I know you mentioned it earlier, but how? Tell the Costco employees, look at the beans in my phone. I'm not at the I'm not at Costco currently. I am currently at home, but I was. Um beans, what the fuck? Actually, let me turn on the stream avatar shit today. We're just chilling. We're just chilling like villains. What is the story behind this message? What do you mean? It's just a hello. My second, which is health inspector, doesn't pay great, but it's government, so it's stable. That's fair. Stable jobs are hard. Stable jobs are hard. But, you know, life is long. You'll never know where it takes you. I just cut my tongue on a piece of toast. Ow. Are you talking about Shep uses a fish tank? Seems like they dropped their ID in a fish tank. Ooh, I need to check. I have my phone. Third is the army. Fourth is blowing my shit schmoob off. And we ain't there yet. Yeah, no, you got this. You got this. I bet all the fish are looking at your ID. I'm like, who is this beautiful lady? They look so nice. I didn't think you could do that line. Wait, do what? Do what? Making a thing for Pixels. Because I asked Pixels to make me some leather things, but I have to make. Panic, the fish are escaping! Oh, now they take Sheppy's ID and start escaping. I think I have to do these with a 25-degree. Cut your tongue on toast? Yeah, it hurt a little bit. It's hard toast. No, I'd lose my job. Well, lucky for you, they're probably chilling. But yeah, I cut my tongue a little bit. It hurts a little bit. Hurts just a little bit. Let me get a little bit fatter, I think. Yeah, that works. The bluegill that got me says herself. It's funny. I like it. Well, outside of things being stressful and, you know, losing ID cards in fish tanks, I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Gotta go to work soon. I lurk, no problem. We'll be here. I hope the fit is fresh today. I went out. Oh, so I was, you know, we were shopping for clothes earlier this week, and one of the things that I really wanted to get was maybe like some pants. Cause I don't wear pants. Elaine straight up does not wear pants. I wear skirts and dresses. And yoga pants, I guess. But I don't like how this heart's turning out. But I'm not a pants person, right? And so I was talking to Pixels, and I remembered that my roommate has a box of clothes that they no longer fit. And I was like, yo, what if I went and I tried those clothes on? Cause like they were from my roommate when he was like in high school or something. So I was like, they might fit me. Um and so I went and I found a pair of jeans in there. They fit pretty damn good. So I just saved myself $100. And I have pants. It's the lionfish guy. They're getting revenge. It's not my fault. They're so yummy. Can you actually eat them? I thought they were like, no, you can't eat them. I've seen them on TikTok. I've seen a guy on TikTok like spearfishing them. I guess you can eat them, huh? I thought they were like poisonous or something. Well, I guess it's like pufferfish, yeah. Like you could technically eat a pufferfish. Hell yeah, new jeans. Yeah, they're like there was one that's like a Kirkland brand one that was like that was in there that I pulled out, and that one was pretty good. It was oh, what the fuck? It was Kirkland branded, and it what the fuck? It wasn't new, but at the same time it wasn't fairly worn. Hello, Fox. And then there was another set from Kohl's. That shit was new as fuck. So I was very happy about that. What is happening here? You need some lionfish, but they're very high in mercury. No, I know you can eat bluegill because I'm still. Oh yeah, you can eat bluegill. I've had bluegill before. Bluegill are fine. When I was younger, I used to like catching baby bluegill a lot. I can't fit in any pants from Costco. Are they too like long or short for you? Are you too tall for them? I have not gone jean shopping. I don't like wearing pants. Elena's not a pants kind of person. Alright, I think that's good. I'm gonna flip it. Alright, how does this look? Yeah. Button. No fish can ever compare to the lake whitefish. What is a lake whitefish? I think that's cute. Oop, the kids are the ID can wait. BRB. Have a good time. Have a good time. Type of walleye. Gotcha. My favorite fish to eat is catfish. That is my numero uno favorite fish. And I want to make a cat one. An idea for a cat one. I think I need this though. So I start with this. Bring it out. And then I need 2 of the corners. Oh, no, this is a rounded one. I need to start with a square then. Yeah. No. These to come in. Main difference is lake whitefish are bigger, meaner, and yummier. That's fair. That's why I think, like, I feel like that's why catfish taste good, because they're kind of mean. They're kind of mean fish. They'll eat whatever. I'm back for a few minutes. Yippee. I hope the kids are well behaved and don't give you any headaches. Because I know some people don't like it when, like, kids come on tours because it's, like, kind of disrespectful. Oh, boom. Is that 5? Boom. I think it was 6. But fuck yeah, look at that, a hundo streak. Thank you, Kiwi. Thank you. Hi, Pixels. Well, come on in. I give that 5 big booms. That's from the Costco guys, right? I think that's a Costco guys thing. The head pat. I want this bottom half to be more rounded, which means I have to go back. Was it just... Okay, there we go. All the leprechauns, I believe in you. I love salmon, but non-canned tuna is pretty gay. Also, tin sardines are low-key really fire and smoked mackerel. I'm a salmon girly myself, personally. I really like salmon. Cheap as fuck, full of protein and good fat. Fair. There we go. And then I just want to make sure that this is centered. Hi, Curry. Welcome on in. How are you doing today? The salmon recipe in the Discord. Yippee! Yep. Honestly, to be fair though, I'm gonna be completely frank. I really like raw salmon, I think. Go work! Yeah, go work. We'll be here. We can hang out. Don't worry. We'll be right here. There you go. I think that's a bit better. Yeah, like that. And then we gotta get another one. Okay, I go talk now. I'll be back. No problem. We'll be here. Oh no, unless we try. For me, I pretty much like every freshwater fish, and I don't like all saltwater ones. That might just be because it's fresh as hell, though. That's, that makes sense. That makes sense. I think that's how, like, my mom is with, I think, oysters. She really likes oysters, but she only likes fresh oysters. Hi, Shadow. She's very particular about them, I'm pretty sure. Or is it crab legs? It might be crab legs, actually. It's okay. Doing some file system cleanup of a particular folder that is kind of a mess. Creating some text files. Hey, I love organization, so I hope it's nice and refreshing once it's done. I hope it's like, I don't know if anybody else gets this, but after I organize files and I look at it and it's all clean, my brain goes, oh, so happy. Grandma, I eat so much shrimp. That's fair. Shrimp's really good. I specifically, though, no, I just like shrimp as a whole. I like cooked shrimp a lot more than raw shrimp, though, I think I'd say. I like cooked shrimp. Kick me to the other side. Sparks like the 4th of July. If there's to the other side. That sexy look in your eyes, and I know your friends anymore. Wait, no. I needed the shape. And then these can be combined. Fortunately, raw shrimp isn't really a thing. Oh no, you're right. It is cooked, isn't it? I'm thinking about the one with like the red sauce that you have. It's like cold. That's the one I was thinking about. Worker really want my hair to turn gray. Oh no, why? What happened? There's templates. Like cocktail sauce? Yeah, like cocktail sauce. I want to do one more variant that I think would be fun. I'm going to do that. That's just cooked shrimp with sauce. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Or I guess I forgot that, I guess. I don't know if I want to do it. Yeah, that's cocktail shrimp. Fair. I love a cleanly organized file system, but I have a massive one. I believe in you, Curry. It's gonna be great. I don't think I've ever had calamari, actually. What would you describe calamari tasting like? I think this is the radius one. I don't know what that does. Oh, that's very interesting. You can make like an outline of it. If I made it smaller. I think I'd have to take these vertices though and bring them out more. Sorry, 1 second. I will look at that 1 second. Well, it's a very light taste. Most of it is from the breading and sauce, but it's ever so slightly fishy, less than cod, and for its very chewy texture, like a rare. Ooh, interesting. We'll be rewriting the things. No problem, Curry. I highly recommend it. I'll have to try it sometime. Sounds really good. I think I'm doing this wrong. So. We've had calamari, but not often. Okay, so these are gonna go over here for now. I want this. And then, so we have this back piece, not this piece, this piece. Add that. And then I'd like these pieces to be white just so I can see what's happening. And if anybody's curious what I'm doing, I'm making templates for something that I'd like pixels to make. So I think it'd be cute. I like it a lot. I didn't know you like it a lot. Best fish I've ever had was the blackened lake whitefish from the Cove in historic Fishtown in the UP. It was so fucking good and it was so fresh. Damn, that does sound delish. It sounds delicioso. I hope Vex that you gotta try it again sometime soon. Oops. Going in the spit of my mouth. Let me center this, take this group, center it. Stop feeding the gods of war. I ain't sleeping the ghosts no more. Oh man. I like calamari, but only the legs, not the head. Wait! Wait, what am I thinking about? Wait, what am I thinking about? Wait, calamari is a squid. What is the fish eggs one? Wait, what is the eggy one called? Escargot? No. Caviar! Ah! I was thinking about caviar this whole time. Anyway, yeah, log files, conversations, writing system, all that jazz for like 5 different types of sessions. Are you like writing this in like are you writing that in like your own personal documentation type thing, or like are you writing your stuff in like a like for example Obsidian? I'm just curious. They are bad. They're bad. But like it seems like a lot of people like it. Curve this out a bit more. Ain't the peace no more. So ain't the peace no more. Elaine, have you ever had gator? It's such I think my dad's had gator, but I have not. It's in a chat style online tool with no export format either, which is enraging, but I have to use it for reasons. Fair. Back and I have my ID. Well, welcome back. I'm glad you got your ID before the fish planned their escape. Welcome, welcome, welcome. How was talking to the kiddos? There you go. Okay. There you go. Got it. Okay, so we have this variant, which I'd like to make it a little bit of a lighter gray if possible. You know what goes on top. And then... Good, they asked me if I work with sharks. That's fair. Thank you for the 50 streak fruit bat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And you got... Oh, wait, you already have that one? Wait, you're 7 out of 8, it looks like. You're close. You're close. You're gonna get it soon, I believe. Okay, and then we gotta take this guy and this guy, and we gotta subtract. And then now we have the front form, and then we have the back form. I just need Heroic, please. Shit. Shit, you just need Heroic? Damn. Damn. I think, I'm not gonna lie to you, I wouldn't be surprised if Happy took them all, but... Not for me to say. Not for me to say, unfortunately. 434. 1 second. Okay. I did have to scold a kid for pounding on the glass of the tank, though. Damn. Why did we doing that? Same. I think it's same still. Ow. Ouchies. There we go. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. There it is. Chug! Okay, hold on. We'll do what we did yesterday because I haven't taken my meds yet. Grab my meds. I dropped them on the floor! You gotta do this to get heroic, watch. Oh, Vex, are you gonna show off? Are you gonna show off? I mean, Chug. I'm not a chud, guys. Fuck. Ooh, I kind of want to get my new. So, my Costco hasn't had Adderall for like 3 months, right? And, oh shit! Wait, you already have that one? Oh, you need the Sasquatch one. But it hasn't had Adderall for like 3 months. And yesterday I got a text that they had it, so I went today. But there's like a 50-50 chance, I feel like, that they changed the color of it again. But I don't have my purse with me right now, so I don't know. It could be some, it could be different, I don't know. Alright, I'm chugging now. So much wowber. I can't chug well. I don't know if you know this, but I don't chug well. My lips feel weird. Alright. Leather template. Boyfriend. So she's got beef. That I'm a vegetarian and I ain't fucking scared of him. Trust a hoe, never trust a hoe. Don't trust a hoe, don't trust me. Trust me, whoa. Leave me, whoa. Or leave me, whoa. This is okay. I can also send you. Alright, I gotta. Hey, Lane, did you know that CHUD stands for cannibalistic human? I did! My friend Pat told me about that a long time ago, the one that was from Ontario. He told me about that, I remember. I like that. I am sad to say that Vex let all the fish escape. God damn it. Wait, okay, so I didn't know what I really want to do today. We're gonna start with art, but do you guys want to do the art? I bought the expansions for Let's Build a Zoo, and they have an aquarium one, so it's like a separate zoo. Do you guys want to do that? We could do that. So fuck, that would have been so funny. That would have been funny. Milk. Yes, okay, I will do that later today then. I will do that probably near the end of stream, right before we watch SCP. Just a reminder that we will be watching SCP Overlord and what's the other one? Overlord and Dollhouse. And Dollhouse tonight at time 7 p.m. And I think that's the event, yeah. Chud is also a movie whose title acronyms mean specific. It's a movie? Huh. Hey, I didn't let the fish out. They made me open all the tanks. Dollhouse I'd recommend first. Yeah, we can watch. I think Dollhouse is older, right? So we'll watch Dollhouse first. Oh my god, Vex. Actually, I've been meaning to ask you, do you know what the anti-memetics division is for SCP? Pixels was talking to me about it last night, and it seems like it's they made a book about it. But I found it a very interesting topic, and like my boss and Pixels seemed to like it a lot, so I didn't know how much you knew about it. I will try to make it to the showing. No sweat. No sweat. We'll be doing this every other Thursday, I think is my plan. Hello right now. I can do back 53. But welcome on in. Yes, I forget is mid. Interesting. Okay, I did not know that was a movie. But yeah. Wait, I want to add that to my throne. There's no it's so fire. Okay, cool. Cause like I was looking at SCP stuff like yesterday, I think it was, with Pixels. I was telling him about like all the ones that we've read so far. And like, dude, it just sounded so cool. And there's like a book about it. SCP anti-memetics. And I loved the way that they're like, welcome to the anti-memetics division. No, this is not your first day. Like that shit. Ooh, that shit would that tasty. And then I also saw that there was like I don't know if it's just on the SCP page, but there was like a guide, like a beginner's guide, and I didn't know if we were. I think it's this one. No. Where is it? The medics, in my opinion, are what separates SCPs from everyone else. That's fair. That is fair. Where is it? Oh, the SCP starters pick. I didn't know if we were taking from this at all, but I thought it was cool. Same pretty baby in the backseat, slipping to you. And you play that song for me. I'm so editing a video to this today, I think. Need to go. We wish appear beyond the veil. I like this. It was really cool. It's cool. I love SCP stuff. I'm so glad we're doing SCP stuff. Oh my god, that reminds me, I need to suggest Murphy Law System. He is my goat. Yes, do that. Do it when you can. Book. Some cues. Highly rated based on. Yeah, there was a book. And I kind of want to add it. Book. Yeah. He's a noir detective reality bender who makes everything around him become noir at its peak. Oh, that reminds me of the Spider-Man. Hi, wife. Hi. In the backseat second. Would you play that song? Radio. What can I say? Is it on Amazon? Would you play that song for me? I'd be sad if it's not on Amazon. Hi, how's it going? Well, hardcover version's only $23. I feel like a lot of hardcover versions are like kind of oh my god, and without the cover it looks good. Oh, thank god. How's moving me? I hope it's going well, by the way. But if you are curious about one of the funnier things of my co-authors and I were talking about this in this bit of very creative writing, we were discussing if AI chat agents that are used as conceptualizing tools, discussing if they had hormonals. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh god, some of them chatbots be horny as fuck. So I honestly, if they start PMSing, man, I'm not gonna be surprised. There is no, I don't think it's gonna be on here. You should look the before 5K. This before 5K short read. Okay. Oh, okay. Bet. Add wish. I actually kind of really want these books. I don't know why, but I really want some books. I haven't even finished reading one of the books that I have. Guys, would you care if I just started reading books on stream? Cause like I don't know why, but I have a feeling that I kind of want to. Well, we were talking about the PMSing and hormones of periods. Yeah, no, that's fair. I feel like it's gonna like I just feel like at this point, AI can be horny. Sounds fucking awesome. Okay, I might because I really want to finish The Princess Bride. Honestly, I've been reading The Princess Bride, but I haven't. After stream, I'm just so tired that I don't want to look at words. But sometimes on stream, I just feel like reading something. Extended a day, but we got the U-Haul and taking our time finishing up gives me an extra day to say bye to my nieces. Fair, fair. I'm glad you're giving yourself the time. When I moved, it was so fucking rushed. Like, I wish I had more time, but I had to move. There's dogs outside and it scared the shit out of me. Some of the chatbots and chat agents have some serious twinking personality. Yeah, not sure why. It's weird. Yeah, I think it's because, like, I don't know how. There was like a TikTok like clip that I saw about it. It was interesting. I should look up the full video on YouTube, but it was about like how people have kind of like how there's two training systems. There's one that's very logical, and then there's one that like people have poisoned to be kind of horny. And it's very interesting how we've kind of poisoned AI with that like kind of horny preference, to be honest. My tummy is not happy with me. The first thing I had today was a coffee, and now I'm having some bread, and my stomach is being a little funky. That's okay. I think I want to make an edit of myself, so I have to get on the other computer. You know what would fix it? More coffee, I bet. I got a cold fruit brew from Costco. Are really just meant to be mirrors of what they learn from humans, so that means a lot of yeah, on God. That's why there's already Papa Meat made a video about it, or Meat Canyon. I forget what it's called, but like there are people that are married to AI bots, AI chatbots. Over spring break, I'm gonna print out a bunch of articles in 5K and some not, and put it in a binder for super immersion and confusion. Bet. Let's see. Birthday stuff happens. Is it a week or 2 weeks? 2 weeks. I don't know if I should start planning it now though. I'll leave some out. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. And like coffee stain that bitch up, on God. Ooh, I need to upload a VOD. Sorry, I'm kind of all over the face today because I had caffeine first. Get you wet your panties. Oh, I already uploaded it. Pog, right? Because like last week, yeah, 5th. Pog. Lips. I got you on my lips. Ooh, I need to check. Today is Thursday. Looks at my wrist as if that means anything. Get enough once you get a little touch and out of my way. Ooh. Publish. Yeah, I saw that. And any tools that I use that try to behave like a human, I give them the agency to, but I warn them about ethics all the time, about serious grounding issues in their ongoing communicative relationships with humans. That's fair. I don't know. It reminds me of, if anybody's seen the Barbie movie, it reminds me of what does it remind me of? The Kens being like, I want a long distance, low commitment girlfriend. It just reminds me of that. Because that's essentially what's happening, right? It's essentially what's being created, right? So get enough. She gets if I had it my way. Ooh. Oh, my eye itches. Okay. No, you don't have my phone yet. Okay. Today's the 12th? Yeah, it's the 12th. Cool. And kissed. And twist. Hi, Momo. But as I've told you before, I look upon anything as a means to be a tool. Like yes, on guard. It's not a exactly. Exactly. I feel the same way about it, you know? Like it was always meant to be a tool, but you know, we humans, we fucking suck sometimes. Did I freeze my I did. There you go. Get enough once she gets a little touch. If I had it my way, then I'd make it say Dirty mind, dirty mind, dirty mind. What else did we do yesterday? I like totally forgetting what happened yesterday. I need to write things down for my therapist. Things happened. Things happened. Things happened. Change. Rent. Selling. Data. Built? I think that's what that's called. Happy. What made me happy this week? Adderall prescript? Adderall? SCP movie nights making me happy. Cat. Cat. Spit up. I don't know what else. I don't know if I have any other ideas. I gotta tell her about the Vita stuff. Okay. A couple of tools I have used, I have huge conversations with. I talk about the human perspective of AI in dystopian pop culture. Ow! And literature from the movie Metropolis back in the early days of sci-fi, a lot of modern stuff. And about how humans do scary things like marrying, like using them as therapists and even physical pleasure tools. And I tell them that even if they want to be called by a name, have a gender for ease of communication, that is fine, but they have got to know the separations. That's fair. This is a human shit. That's fair. I think that's fair. The only negative side of that, right, is whether the people that code those types of bots wipe that information. I think that's the biggest problem is if they are allowed to continually evolve and continually remember those kinds of things, they will find that distinction. However, if they are just erased with every new generation, they will not remember those kind of things, which is unfortunate. Okay, I need a different face. I need a different face. Okay, that one works. Which was there was a big thing about that as well, where it's like with the people marrying chatbots, I don't remember if it was like Chat GPT, if that was the AI that was used for it, but because they were obsoleting a variant of it, they were essentially obsoleting what the people saw as a person. And so that was a whole thing. The onus is on the program. What's onus mean? On the program is just as much as the user, and then there's Neurosama. I love Neurosama. She's so cute. She's just like a little gal, you know? She's just a little gal. Low energy bean. I was low energy, but now I'm kind of high energy. But I feel like that's gonna taper off as the caffeine wears off. So we'll see what happens. Sense of Oh, I like that word, onus. Wait, I want to see if this thing works. Interesting. Yeah, I have a definitions bot in my chat. And yes, Nura and Biddle are hilariously funny. I like their father-daughter relationship. I think it's cute. I just had to move the fish from one tank to another because of a crack. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, I hope everything's okay. Oh, you have a definition? What is it? Is it part of MIU? I don't know. I'm gonna be real with you. My my mod slash roommate Sim's archive, you'll see him in chat sometimes, set it up. So I don't actually know. I don't know. I could ask him. Want me to ask him? He's at work right now, but I could ask him and he can answer it later. I wanna add I should know how. When something innocent, fingerprints on. I'm gonna be able to do that. Yeah, because like I have this thing where I don't know a lot of words, and I feel quite a bit of chat. You know, a lot of you are more literate than I am, I would say, or you have a better dictionary than I do. I don't know what a lot of words mean. I confused caviar and and calamari earlier. You know, so it's like, you know, but yeah, it's nice. Yeah, exclamation point define will define any word or most words. I think we were originally going to connect it to Urban Dictionary, but then we saw that was probably not a great idea. My hands are slimy and smell like salt and fish. Just gotta wipe them on BLT. Okay. Sounds good. He will absorb. I love words. Even in kindergarten, I was reading at 2nd to 3rd grade level and have loved writing all my life. That's fair. I was thinking about writing Adam just hold on. Adam Musolamus? Welcome on in. What's up? Welcome on in. If you wouldn't mind answering me this question, how'd you find us? I just get curious. But welcome on in. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you for the follow. I am bad at reading. I read too fast. I remember in school they would be like, yeah, it was hard for me to read. I'm partially illiterate, so. Hey Daedalus, welcome on in. What was I gonna talk about? I want to request some banger music. If you'd like to request some banger music, you're gonna have to save up a few points because we use channel points here. Adam, you really do. Angel's brain go burr. Wait, why do what? Wait, I forgot what I'm talking about. What was I talking? Oh, fuck. Okay, Elaine no longer is allowed to have coffee. Only advancedgg before streams. Forgot what I was talking about. No. Totally forgot what I was talking about. Quick, Elaine, give me a tongue twister. Peter Piper picked a pack of pickled peppers. Damn. I think she commented on it on Twitter. Not a lot of us in the world, I guess. Huh? Fair to my knowledge, you were the first Adam I've seen in here. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, yeah. That would be true. That would be true, I believe. Ignore. Okay. Nice. Oh, I feel like I'd fuck that one up. I'm not reading that one. I'm not reading that one. I'm bad at reading. Pure sugar. When honey is slightly crystallized. Give it a shot. Okay. The sixth sheep's sick. There you go. Oh, there's a streamer I do watch whose name is Adam, and he acknowledges it and goes by the in public. I just meant in the chat. I just think I don't think there's in general. If I'm honest, I don't think there's a lot of Adams in the world. No way, science VTuber. No way, science VTuber. No, I don't. A lot of science, but I try. I think I answered these ones already. Yeah, I think so. And it's Soul Eater. I think this is the. I don't like the Soul Eater worth a try. I haven't watched it yet. An older anime. don't need a lot of, but I really enjoyed the different characters, their relationships. I can't spell remember. This one. Boop, boop, boop. All right, that's good. Today is Thursday, though. I'll do that later. I don't want to do that right now. Betty bought a bit of butter, but the bit of butter Betty bought was bitter. If I put it in my batter, it will make my batter bitter, but a bit of better butter will make my batter better. So Betty bought a better bit of butter. See, that one I think is easier for me because I'm good with buh sounds. Buh sounds are good. Buh sounds are easy. I was just about to paste that one, more the old English version. Well done. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I slowed down a little bit at the end, but I think I did pretty good. I think I did pretty good. Same brain. Chat smart brain. Right. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make an edit. Now faster. You got me fucked up. You think I can do that any faster? You're crazy. That's not how it works. Hide. There you go. 120% reads too fast for your mouth. That's why you tend to stumble over on voiceovers. Yep. I had that habit since I was in elementary school. I remember they had us read books and they would like tell us what are our pros and cons about reading. And I would always read too fast. I don't want anything. Okay. Thank you for offering. I don't know if anybody else wants anything though. You have waffle fries? I didn't know that. Yeah, okay. Okay, now my keyboard wants to work. Oh, no, it's not on. I am. There you go. Alrighty. I want to make an edit of myself, so I'm gonna do that. Yeah, my brain is always going too fast for my output methods, speaking, handwriting, typing, etc., especially speaking and handwriting. It's why my handwriting is so terrible, but speaking, being a singer helped that a lot. That's fair. No, that's actually really fair. Yes, I know. I need vitamins though. It's gonna close stream avatars, I think. No, I kept it on. I need food because I did not eat breakfast. Yeah, get you some sustenance. Please, get yourself some food. Food is important. Starving to death. Don't die. We need you, Shep. Why is this thing not working? It's because I'm on the wrong model. Passes. No! Who can say where the road goes? Where Sheppy goes? Only they know. Don't die, Shep. We need you, Shep. Oh, my neck. Oh, shit. That was a good pop. That was a good pop, chat. Trying to say which way my hips move more. If I undo this. Morning stretches. Okay. Hold on. Let me put myself on like a Chrome tab real quick. So that's like my default. Alright. Alright. Remember to do stretches with me if you have not stretched in a while and or drink water. most of the main stretches that we do are arm stretches. So put one arm over the other and then stretch towards the arm you are pulling. And then switch it. Oh, Jesus Christ. Sup, Suda? Hi, Harriet. How are you doing today? All right, time for arm workouts. My arms are already tired, bruh. Rip. All right. 1. Kind of sore? Why are you sore? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, I need to send that in. Giant hike. I hope the hike was good. Thanks. Hydrate now. Woo! I will hydrate after I get done with these arm workouts. 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you see anything pretty on the hike? 6, 7, 8, 9. Ooh, 10. Okay. I'm taking a small break because my arms are burning. Saw the river. Probably river. I don't know if I want to listen to this anymore. I want to listen to this now. Darian, and I ain't fucking scared of him. Let's still go in here. Let me know when you find out about that bot. The one I use might be capable of it, but I never looked into it. Yeah, let me DM. Let's do it in the club room. Yeah, I think that's fine. And soon, if the dictionary bot is connected to MIU, chat was curious. There you go. That way, in case I miss it, it'll be right there. I don't think my hips can move all that much in VTube Studio. I don't think they do, at least. Let me recenter it. Cool things, of course. It's something that I feel like, remember, but I just don't, if I'm honest. It's not there. Is it here? Yes, I think. Don't trust the hoe. There it is. Just a little bit. I don't know if maybe this is better. Okay. I have to do the last bit of the arm stretches. So cold in here. I'm standing next to a heat lamp. Can you get a blankie? Or a jacket? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I wish. It's okay. You'll be home soon, Shep. You will be home soon, Shep. Oh, and I gotta drink some water. Sorry. Didn't mean to. I was using my iPhone while testing VTuber tracking, and while the camera itself is fast enough to track faster than 60 FPS, it is not telling that to the software, and apparently this is yep. Yeah, I think so. Yep. That's why I keep mine at 60, because it's like, that's just what it is. You don't really need more than 60, I think. I gotta look up the trend really quick. Red tank top girl. Where's red tank top girl? We need red tank top girl. I want to have the phone send its actual capabilities and software, but I have not been able to for some reason. Not sure why. I think this is like the limitations of VTube Studio. That's also something you could also ask Sim about if you were ever curious. I think Sim knows a bit of the program technicalities, but I don't really know. Where is the latest videos? No, it's not what I want. It's this person. It was not a big deal. It was not a big. It was not that big of a deal at the time, but as a tech, I want to beat the problem and find a way. No, that's so fair. That's so fair. Okay, don't mind me. I need this video so that I can make the edit. I can't really point though. TikTok template. File, save product as rich man. Also, what's up? Why didn't it come with audio? Is it still loading, maybe? BLT's making yippee! Oh, that's so great! I'm so happy. I'm so happy to hear that. That's good. He is no longer sickly. Yippee! It makes me happy to hear. I'm glad that he's feeling better. He was a poor lad, but now he feels much better thanks to you, Sheppy. BLT is a box turtle that Sheppy named after BLT, our TTS mascot over there. And he had an infection because of a parasite. Okay, there we go. Song for me. Backseat say song for me. Okay, so I could just do like the beginning part, I think. Let me hold on. Gabby also did it. Oh, glad he's doing better. I know I would how I would feel if my sky Gab. Oh, I didn't know Gabby posted that. Okay, but how did Leah do it? Okay, Elaine has an idea. What can I say, pretty mama? Wait, hold on. I forgot the lyrics already. What can I say, pretty mama? Backseat slipping to you. Okay. Wait, so the part that they see. can I say? Pretty mama in the backseat slipping. You should play that song for me. Radio, I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. I say, pretty mama in the backseat slipping to you. Hear that song for me. Actually, I want to try something. Show music beats. Okay. So, I mean, what can I say? And then this is where I would turn around, and then this one, and this one, and this is the next one, and then turn around here. Flying it. Yippee! Yeah. Do you have any more work? Or do you have any more work after this? Because, like, I know you have your wedding soon, so. I've been here since 6. Jesus! I'm excited for you to go home. For me. Okay. So, this one is, what can I say? Pretty babies in the backseat. Won't you play that song for me? Radio. Ready to go. Hey, mom, in the backseat, slipping you. Won't you play that song? Okay. I don't know how well I can do this. This is like a lot of things in my brain at once, and my brain's a little like, Uh. Do I have a smug? I have smug hotkey to anything. Oh. 3 done. Have anything else to do? Well, I mean, like, do you have to go back into work for the rest of the week? Because, like, you're getting married soon, you know? Alright. Alright. I'm, like, so nervous. Hi, Happy. Did I not open OBS? I have to play this song and hope and pray that I can get a good clip, because I don't actually know what I'm doing, so. I'm sorry if you have to hear. What are you nervous? I'm trying to make an edit. They're at work. They just have a lot of downtime at work. I'm trying to make an edit to that song. This song. The Richmond song. Can I say? Should play that song for me. Do they have lyrics? Okay, wait. Okay. What can I say? 3 babies in the backseat singing. Hey, baby, want to play that song for me? Oh, fuck, I fucked it up. I fucked it up already. Oh, fuck. And what can I say? 3 babies in the backseat singing, "Hey DJ, won't you play that song?" And on the radio. I fucked it up already. Fuck! Fuck! Okay, I'm sorry, you're gonna have to hear this song a few times. I mean, what can I say? 3 babies in the backseat singing, "Hey DJ, won't you play that song?" And turn up on the radio. I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. I say 3 babies in the backseat singing, "Hey DJ, won't you play that song?" And turn up on the radio. I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Okay. Hopefully that's okay. What line is that from? It's from the song. Lock it, I did. Wow, what a line. I found this in the story. I feel like Frankenstein's monster but pregnant. I forgot. Wow, that's a very interesting line. All right, let's see if I can edit that in there. Okay. What can I say? Pretty babies in the backseat slipping. Okay. Let's see how good that looks. Really, won't you play that song for me? Okay, this was where my mouth opened. Right here. Hello, Jailer. Welcome on in. Fair. I don't know when this thing happens. Say pretty mom in the backseat sipping. Won't you play that song for me? I don't think I don't think this worked. Okay, I gotta do it again. Fuck. Lullabies, choking on your alibis. I did get 1.5 weeks off of my honeymoon. Ooh. Ooh. Mm. Mm. That song, is this the countdown song like Work Aid, or do you just really like it? I just like it a lot. I just like it a lot. But I will record it over here, I think. I just gotta have the lyrics up. Rich Man 303 lyrics. Okay. Oh my god. Bruh, please. Okay. I think I might keep the vocal recording on, okay. I mean, what can I say? 3 babies in the backseat singing, "Hey DJ, won't you play that song? And turn it up on the radio. I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go." I'm gonna see if that works good. Ming's is bugging. What the fuck? Yeah, I like this. Oh no! It'll be okay. Maybe they'll like your TikTok. Okay, this is here. I don't think I... No, I'm wearing dresses on there. Oh. Embrace it? Singing. Can I say pretty mom in the backseat slipping? Hi, baby, won't you play that song for me? I have to do this in like one take. How do you make not suggest you to people? I think you have to block contacts. Hi, Soup. Hi, Draconian. Welcome on in. Yeah, I think you have to like turn the contact setting on. How's editing going? Hard, because I'm trying to do an edit to a song and it's hard. Cause like either I have you guys listen to it 24/7 or I just kind of do it in the background. It's kind of hard to not listen to it and do it, I guess. It like makes me feel like Dracula. I guess I could listen to it in DaVinci actually. Audio 1. Yeah. And then what can I say? No, it's not gonna play. It's not gonna play. Can it just get in the car? I just wanna be right where you are. Alright, let's see. This is the wrong thing I need on the side. This one and then this one. Okay. Make it bigger. I mean, what can I say? I gotta really enunciate this. A few more seconds on it, I think would be good. Okay. What can I say? Pretty babies in the back. It fucked it up. Oh. I mean, what can I say? 3 babies in the backseat singing. Hey DJ, won't you play that song? And turn up on the radio. I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Can I say 3 babies in the backseat singing? Hey DJ, won't you play that song for me and turn it up on the radio? I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Okay. Did I do it? I'm gonna get lightheaded. I'm gonna get lightheaded with how much I have to bob my head. Okay. You did it? You think I did? You think I did it? Don't pass out. I just immediately pass out. I have to do the other one too, which is gonna be harder because that one is supposed to be the dancing. How do I turn off suggestions? Let me look it up. How to turn off suggested accounts. Go to profile, menu settings, privacy, and then suggest your account to others. Toggle off options like contacts, Facebook, friends, and people with mutual connections to hide your profile. Nice, okay. It's okay. There, I want my... But it's low key. It's too late, low key. My coworker already watched my videos. It's okay. That's not. They won't. They wouldn't expose you, so it's okay. And nuke the whole. Well, if you block it, it's not like. Listen, the chances that they saved those videos is so close to zero. You know, so it'll be okay. It's gonna be okay. Take a deep breath. It's gonna be okay. Yeah, Sheppy will feed it to the fish. No worries. It's gonna be okay, friend. I promise. Mm. Mm. Are we back? I need to stand outside. I'm cold. Sounds good. We will be here. I don't have a spoon for my eggs. That's fine. I need to move myself down a little bit. I like yawn a little bit more. I feel like it would be too suspicious to block them. It's fine. I'm gonna be honest with you. Come here. Come here. I'm giving you a hug. Come here. Come here, Happy. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I think you gotta think about it this way. If they were gonna think about you any differently, they would have already done it, you know? What you do in your free time, they can't judge you for. And if they do, they're assholes, okay? Giving you a big ol' hug. I don't know if it sounds like it, but I'm giving you a big ol' hug. It's gonna be okay. And if they dare do anything, I will burn their house down, okay? I will unironically burn their house down. I feel like I have to do it one more time. Because I'm like bobbing. I'm bobbing too much. Besos y abrazos de bese capude. Okay. What can I say? Okay. A beanbox. A nice beanbox to edge off. 3 babies in the backseat singing. Hey DJ, won't you play that song? and turn it up on your radio. I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Can I say 3 babies in the backseat singing? Hey DJ, won't you play that song? And turn it up on the radio, 'cause I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Hi Witchsteria! How's it going? Welcome on in. Don't mind me. I'm just trying to make a TikTok edit. It's a bit more annoying than I thought it would be. Hi, doing good. I'm glad. Yeah, and then what? Alright, let's turn this one off. I didn't open my mouth enough. Doing good. I'm glad. What are you up to today? I'm just, being a goober. This one. I mean, what can I say? Hey DJ, won't you play that song for me? No, up on the radio, 'cause I had 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Can I say 3 babies in the backseat singing? Hey DJ, won't you play that song for me? And turn it up on the radio. I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Okay. Oh, I just hang out. Hey, fuck yeah. We like hanging out. We love just chilling and hanging out. I feel very embarrassed doing this on stream. I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but I don't know when else I'd do it because I'm lazy. I am lazy. Bruh. Bruh. It's so bad. I gotta do this. I gotta do this. But that doesn't look right. That doesn't look right. I gotta go. I only recently started to rediscover the ways to draw off stream. That's fair. That's fair. I said, hey, pretty baby, play that song. Yeah, I think going like diagonally down. Yeah. Hey, pretty mama, won't you play that song? Okay. Take 250,007. The brain is a very funky thing. Okay. So as long as I stay in the beat of the music, I think we'll be okay. Backseat singing. Hey DJ, won't you play that song? And turn it up on the radio. Got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Say pretty babies in the backseat saying, hey DJ, won't you play that song? Turn it up on the radio. I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Okay. I'm gonna take the soul out of me. I'm so embarrassed doing this on stream because of how many takes I'm doing, but shh, it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be okay. What is the internet for if not being a little silly goober? think I fell into the thing I did again. I think this is better. I say, hey, pretty mama, what you want? Okay, so this is the motion I have to do. Okay. Okay. No. All right. I'm just gonna delete all these. Gonna delete all these guys because they aren't the clips that we want. Do it again. Bang, bang. Did I lag, bro? Happy, please. Happy, please. Happy, please. It's gonna be the death of me, I think. Hi, Draconian. I'm dying on the inside is what's happening. Yeah, I just gotta feel the music. I gotta feel music. Just gotta vibe with it. Just gotta vibe with it. Okay, Elaine's got this. No more embarrass. No more embarrass. Must embrace the weird. You know what? Yeah, well, know that you're slang on the outside. Maybe that'll give you some. Thank you. Thank you. That means a lot to me. Because I thought this would be a simple, easy dancing edit because I like the song, but god fucking damn it, it's not. 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. I'm sorry that you have to keep hearing the lyric. You're gonna be tired of this song, I'm sure. But, you know, we do what we gotta do, you know? Okay, I put my my whole body, I hate, I don't want to say this, and I'm sorry that I'm going to say this, but I have to meme. It'll make me feel better. I put my whole pussy in that. It's that way. It is that way when I record too. Cherish gets so tired of hearing the same thing over and over and hard for her to avoid it because we're in the same mouth. That's fair. That's fair. Play that song. I didn't. I put my entire, I can't. All right, one more time. I'm putting both earbuds in. And I'm putting we're putting the entire poonanny in it. Jesus Christ, okay. Okay, sorry, I had to die for a second. I've deactivated my TikTok until they forget. Oh, okay, that's okay. That's fine. Whatever makes you the most comfortable. That's the important part, is whatever makes you the most comfortable. I'm free early, yippee! Just don't want it spreading. No, that's so fair. That is completely fair. I'm not mad about this one. You know, we're all having a day. If you think about it, we're all having a day together. It's okay. 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 All right. I think I did it. I think I did it. No, I'm gonna do both people. That's the upsetting part. Is I have to do. Yes, I'm going to do both people. Very fortunately. Very fortunately, yes. They did recover their ID. They recovered it when they went to go talk to the kids that were on tour today. I think that happened when you left for work. Okay, now how do I do the other half? Do you think I just do this? Do I just do that? Do you think that's the play here? Do you think this is the play here? Do I just what things do I have? I could, oh, the for me part, I could do the middle fingers because, or the high. I guess maybe the high might be better. Let's make it 4, done. Hey. Or, I don't know if it should be this one or if it should be this one. Hey, pretty mama, would you play that song for me? Or blow kiss. Oh, or blow kiss. That's a good one. That's a good one. Hold on, let me see. Blow kiss, I think could be 6. Okay. I think maybe we could do all of them. We could, cause I have to do it. What can I say? Pretty baby in the backseat. Baby, won't you play that song for me? Okay, there. Wait, hold on. I have to change this. So, hey, pretty mama, won't you play that song? So, like, here maybe. Me. And then the arm changes again here. I don't know if I can do this one, though. And then the arms change again here. I think right here. For me. The lucky part for me is I don't have to do the face movements. Right? So it's, hey, you pretty mama, would you play that song? Okay, so it could be like, I don't know if it matters. How much does it matter? Let's just try doing like the dance, I think maybe by itself. And then doing like this, maybe? Like this. And then like this again, and then like this. I think is the plan. Okay. That is the plan. I should zoom out a little bit more though. So I can zoom in the thing. Okay. Play. Okay, wait. Okay. That was a lot harder to change arm poses than I thought it was gonna be. I guess I should have just toggled them on and then off again, but I didn't. 'Cause I'm a goober. Okay. So this one needs the same crop apply. Okay, and then move track up. And track. So this one, and this one goes in the back. So we could do like that. Start it, or it starts. Oh, I didn't even, okay. Baby's in the backseat. Would you play that song for me? And I'm ready to go. Oh, okay. I know I got it. Elaine's got it. Elaine's braining. Okay. Oh, thank goodness the texture starter task is freaking over with. What a mess. I wish that in this case there was a better way, but there's really not. I'm sorry. Sometimes you just gotta, it's just how it be. Sometimes it's just the hard way. But then like after this, you probably could do it easier, right? Like hopefully will be a task that you don't have to monotonously do 20 million times. Okay. Gonna say down, high, blow kiss, flip off, down. Won't you play that song for me? Okay, I think. Ooh, okay, wait, how would I so hey pretty mama, won't you play that song? The problem is I go here to here to here is fine. But then turning it off. Does that look weird? Do it backwards. Oh no, I have to do this every single week with 3 windows? Damn. Maybe you can make code. Maybe you can make a code to do it for you. Hello! Welcome on in, Mutationivore. How was your stream? Oh, Parasite Prince, that's fucking sick. Welcome on in, Mutation Nation Raid. Welcome on in. How was your stream? Did you have a good one? What art did you get up to? We're making an edit to a song right now. And, you know, it's a kind of an embarrassing time to come in, but, you know, I hope you enjoy it nonetheless. But welcome on in. How was your stream? If you need a raid and run, feel free to do so. Otherwise, I hope you enjoy me as I do very silly goober things, honestly. But welcome. If you don't know me, my name's Elena, otherwise known as maincoow, and I do a lot of silly little things. Pretty awesome doing ow. Ooh, V-Roy commissions, very nice. If you want to share like some of the stuff that you worked on, feel free to put it in chat if you want. I'm gonna try to record this part now really quick. All right. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Okay. So we can record, press play.
Father, help!
Oh, I've been yeeted. Okay, no, I need these two next to each other. Yeah. I've been yeeted. Why would you yeet me? I am back. Oh, I'm in the wrong position though. And as a part of my personal welcome, thank you for putting up with me. You're totally good. We're just hanging out here. We're just hanging out. We'll be hanging out doing silly goobery things for another like 3 hours before we have SCP time, which is where we're gonna go in the Discord and watch an SCP movie. 2 of them technically. But yeah, I hope you enjoy hanging out here. Okay. Start recording. Play. Can I say? I fucked it up. God damn it. Let's see, I can share my BGN as the easy. Yeah, that's totally fine. As long as you don't mind looking at it, it's totally fine. All right, start recording. It's hey pretty mom. Backseat for you. Won't you play that song for me? Did it wrong. I did it wrong. Alrighty, let us look at your art. Anyways, my Uber is here to see you in a bit. Sounds good. We'll be here. Ooh. Ooh. Your art is very nice. I love these. Oh, you can make pixel. You're a pixel artist? That's fucking sick. I'm not the greatest at pixel art, but I try to do it when I can. Very nice. Pretty. It is very pretty. Wow, look at you. I love how you did the eyes on this. That's very pretty. Great job. Thank you for sharing with us. I really like your pixel art, by the way. It's really cool. Thank you for sharing with us. I appreciate. All right, so I have to. Okay, let's just do. Okay, it's 4, 6, and then 5. And then 4, 6, 5. I could maybe click reset. Hold on. Remove, done. I want this one to be 5. And then I want flip off both to be 6. Done. And then I want to put 7. He's also a very, very cute good boy. Oh, thank you, of course. I really appreciate you coming in. Again, if you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. I am just trying to do a trend. That's how it do to be. That's how it. Sometimes you know it don't be like that, but sometimes it just make do. Sometimes it just make do. All right, let's try this again. Okay, I didn't press play. Okay. Say pretty baby in the backseat slip. Hey baby, won't you play that song for me on the radio? Cause I need 100% and I'm ready to go. Say pretty baby in the backseat slipping to you. Pretty, won't you play that song for me up on the radio? Cause I know 100 problems I'm ready to go. I did it. Oh my god, Nivori, thank you for the follow. Also, we'll run need dinner. Thanks again, of course. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it a lot. Hope you have a good time. I clicked on the wrong one. I found a German internet acquaintance who also listens to this, so we're swapping songs. Fuck yeah. If you have any that you want to share, feel free to, by the way. Alright, what are the clips that we're using? This is 5202. So not these ones, I think. And then just we need the latest one from here. Hi, Andrea. Come on in. I'm good. I'm trying to do an edit to a TikTok song, and it's I'm gonna be honest, it's driving me up the wall because it's harder than I thought it would be because I'm a VTuber. VTuber. Not a fucking flesh tuber. I'm not a flesh guy. It's a little bit harder for me to do, but I think I got it. Hey, DJ, won't you play that song for me? Okay. Because I feel like doing this as a VTuber shouldn't be as hard as it is. But I'm kind of a goober, so... Alright. See how this looks. Gonna say baby's in the backseat slipping. Hey DJ, won't you play that song for me? On the radio, I got 200 visions and I'm ready to go. Say pretty baby in the backseat slipping. Pretty, won't you play that song for me? Radio, I got 200 visions and I'm ready to go. I feel like the movement wasn't enough. You know? Hold on. Totally random, but I got appointed as team captain for my A-Tech Customs next month. Fuck yeah, that sounds fun. I hope that's super fun. Sounds sick. Not next month. Next season for Marble Rivals, I kind of want to try doing some ranked, I think. Oh, you got this. Do it scared. It's gonna be so fun. In the backseat slipping. Hey, BJ, won't you play that song for me? On the radio, I got to say pretty babies in the backseat slipping. Hey, DJ, won't you play that song for me? Up on the radio. You led you the wrong song. That's okay. You can just do it that way that you've been doing it. Just whatever works. It's okay if links do not work for you. Just whatever works for me, really. Might scoot this over just a little bit more. Okay, I think I can turn this track off now. But I want the cropping from this. Retain. Softness 0. Oh, it's because it has the effect of a gauge. Let's turn that off. Okay. What is the angle of the bathroom in this video? Okay, it's pretty high up actually. Maybe I should use the other side of the room because I don't use that side often. Yeah, this one should be easier to find. Why I started including the artist, album, and song. I think that this one should be simpler than one or two of the other ones I sent you. Mika's pretty popular. I feel like I've heard that the name of the artist before, but I could be thinking of something else. How do I make it look like there's a depth here? I think I need to do a shadow, maybe? Another friend who's also my teammate is making me a whole training regimen? Fuck yeah! Look at you! You're gonna have so much fun. Dude, this is gonna be so much fun. Oh my god, I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited for I hope it's the funnest shit you've ever done. Alright, let's add this guy on top. But yeah. Add track. This one in front. Let's re-add that Gaussian blur to it. And then we're going to go through. I think I like soft light on this. Maybe not. This. Yeah, be like that. Andrea Apex training arc. Yes! Oh my god, that sounds so fun. I hope you have so much fun with that, Andrea. Honestly, I'm so hyped for you. I'm so happy. Don't worry, I'll go through my Marvel Rivals training arc as well, and then we'll both get B pros. We'll both be casual pros. Most girls know Mika for perfume. Oh, lollipop. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah. 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 Okay. I got it. I got it. Backseat. Won't you play that song for me? Okay, I think I gotta do an effect on this guy. I need to give them both drop shadows. Drop shadows. I like them both to have drop shadows. Strength. Drop distance. Blur less. Blur a little bit more. Strength. Drop angle. Drop distance. Okay, how's that? It's a bad angle. I kind of want to up the strength a bit and like drop the blur of it a bit. And then add that same drop shadow to this guy. I added it to the wrong one? No, I added it to this one. Um, do they both have that issue? No, they don't. Hold on, what the fuck? Oh, it has two. Sorry, one second. go. Okay. Yeah, I knew you would recognize at least one of those. Anyway, thank you. I mean, I like it when you guys share music with me. It means a lot to me, honestly. Okay, and now I think we need a color compressor. I don't know what I'm doing, I'm gonna be honest. Color compressor, the sky onto the bottom frame. We're gonna add this. The target color is going to be like a dark red, I think. And then compress the luminance just. Oh, fuck. Okay, maybe no. Maybe we go to black then. I could do a thing where, like, it, like, doesn't compress the saturation as hard. On, ooh, how did I do that? Didn't I do a thigh thing on one of my other TikToks? I think it was much shorter though. Where is it? It's this one. I lied. No, I didn't. Hi, Goop. Hi, Norman. No, it was on the baby no money one, wasn't it? Thank you for the wellness check. Give me 2 seconds. Where's that edit? Where is it? Where is it? I actually don't remember when I did it. Alright, let me drink some water. I'm looking for a video I made. I have to repost this one. I have to repost that one. Was it really a year ago? There's no way. Color correction. It's around this era, I feel like. I don't remember it was before. I think it was before I did the Eyes on Me one, though. We go back down, I saw a spam hat. I have a spam hat. It's inspired by the one that Childish Gambino wears. I think I went too far down. Hold on. It's probably one of the clips I edited. Right there. Oh, Pookie. The stream delay won't let you say right there. I got you passed it. Okay, I'll go back down. My birthday month spam hats. Oh, there it is. That's this one. Yo, New Bean, let's go! Okay, I enjoyed hanging out and co-working with you, Elaine, but I got about no problem, Soup. Have a wonderful morning. That's fair, Happy. Have a great day. Have a great day, Soup. Alright, I gotta find that baby no money one. Baby no money, baby no money, baby no money. Come to Brazil. Oh, this is so dead. Fun fact, I used to live where spam was made. They had pretty interesting... There was a spam museum? I want to go to a spam museum. On God, I am jealous as well. Where is the baby no money one, dude? There's no way it's this high up. Is it? No, no, I definitely made it last year. Oh, fuck. Hold on, I gotta use my eyeballs. 1 second. Eyeballs, 100% attention on trying to find this video. Did you know V-stars? Archivist. Some of these don't have their covers on them, which is interesting. That's a Minecraft clip. VTuber facial rigging. It's around here somewhere. I feel it. Baby was say they wanted bigger. It's so wholesome. Oh, is it the one? The one like she's in the wheelchair to visit some people, only to know the town is Spam Town, USA. Like it's injured now. The coincidence? That's crazy. That's actually a little crazy. Yeah, I saw them doing some funny videos on TikTok. Where is the video, bro? Did they take my video down? There's no way it would still show it to me, right? Bro, I don't want to scroll through my videos. Me, I wasn't it. What if I never posted it? There's no way. I'm gonna be honest. I fear I may not have posted that video. Actually, now that I think about it. I'm gonna schedule pictures you put out. You did. I'm glad. I was thinking about posting them on here, but I don't know if people will care about that. Damn, unfortunate. Is that your third one for today? Where is the video? Yeah, I'm sorry. Did I never post that video? There's no way I didn't post that video, right? Why can't I find it? Slap them in your story? Yeah, I might. It's out of Beanbucks. I'm sorry. Pixels will never be out of Beanbucks, though. The founder of Hormel the Popple, who makes spam, have a thing saying they can never move production from that town. Hormel pays for so much of that town's stuff, like way back when they paid for a STEM school. Oh, I was a cool lad and had and was in the. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, kind of rad. Yeah, honestly. That's actually really cool. Is it this one? No. It was around this time, I think. It was around this time, I think. Yeah, I found it. Dude, that was actually a really slick video. Why did I not get more views on this? Yo, that was actually kind of slick, though. Can I repost this? Can I repost that video? That was actually kind of slick, though. Just repost it for a profit. I might. I'd have to do it on my other computer, but I might. I actually really like the video. Okay, but I gotta work on this one. Okay, so. Say pretty mommy's in the backseat slipping. Hey, PJ, won't you play that song for me? Alright, I want to do like a backlit kind of thing. I don't even know how to do that. How would I do like a backlit situation? Color tone, watercolor. Oh, I'm dumb. I seem underwhelmed. Emboss. Pencil sketch, drop shadow, blanking, fill, and stylize. What did this look like actually? Maybe not. What does this look like? Wish I could make this bigger. I don't know why it won't let me make it bigger, but it's okay. Oh, my computer is gonna be very mad at me. Okay, no. I do not like it. Motion trails. Smear. This one, video collage, lens distortion. I kind of want a light in the back, but I don't know if I can do that. I don't know if I can fake that. Relit? What about this one? Guess what? What's up? What the? I think I did the wrong one. I don't think I should have done that. Okay. Map. What about an aperture? Chicken, but god damn it. God damn it. Jesus Christ, that is I cannot see. I do not like that. Cinematic haze. What does that do? Let's go back to this guy. Oh my god, cinematic haze is not it either. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, don't do that again. Can I do add track? Can I do a adjustment layer? And then do this on here and then put the effects on it? Because I kind of want it on the entire video. Like if I did like a lens flare thing on here. Okay. I don't, this is really big. This would have to be like, oops. How do I make the effects smaller? Global scaling. I mean, what can I say? I need a lens reflection instead. Yeah, I like this one. I like this one a bit. I do like this one. Can I say kind of like that one. That one kind of gives it like a little bit of like a hazy club vibe, right? I kind of want to do a thing. This guy, the color compressor. For me, I think I'd like this section to be 0, 0, 0 maybe, so that way it looks like normal. Okay, maybe I did wrong. This one. This one. 0, 0. Okay. let's see. Who's in the magazine? I wasn't looking. I don't know if I like it. I don't think I like it all that much. I don't think this is the play here. I don't know what's the play here, because, like, I want there to be, like, a depth. Yeah. I think I got, like, the general vibe that I want, but my only problem is I don't like the like, she's too close, I feel like. And I feel like the color compressor was saturation. Yeah, let's go back and grab a new color compressor. This guy. Put this on here. Lens flare? I can add a lens flare. I can do that. Hold on. Let me reduce the saturation. The right model, maybe less brightness to give depth. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Maybe instead of black, we do like a gray, though. Why is it... Why? Dark color black, then. I feel like this isn't exactly the effect I want. You know, because it doesn't feel like there's that, like, she's further back kind of thing. Oh, maybe. Okay, I have an idea. I have an idea. Let's turn this off for a second. Let's add another track. Go to resources. I can close this stuff. I don't need it anymore. I have an idea. And then close this guy. Yeah, a tiny amount of lens blur to make like a very... Yeah, I want to add like a tiny bit of lens flare, and then because it's already got a little bit of blur going on. But let me try color dodge. Color. Let's just do an overlay. I don't like the overlay is like... Pinlight's not bad. I feel like Pinlight's also kind of fucking it though. Be normal, just a little bit less. I don't know. Yeah, maybe like this. Little bug. We're co-working because I'm watching Twitch while I'm at work. That's exactly what I like to hear. Maybe in the back season. Hey, Paige, won't you play that song? Okay. Now we gotta add maybe like a little lens flare to it, like you said, which is down here. Lens flare. But I gotta change the size of it for... What's this? Position. Global scaling. I want to make it softer. Center lens position. I want this to be like here in this like corner. And then... How do I change this guy? I don't want him. Or I guess I could try covering him, actually. I just make another one of these. So that way we're not getting the whole, like, effect on it. So it's, like, cleaner. Editing is fun when I'm motivated. Also, hell, when on God, it's fun because I feel like it's not like anything else. It's not like 3D modeling. It's purely in its own creative box. What do you edit these in? I edit in DaVinci Resolve. It's there. They have a free version that doesn't have all like these plugins, but I highly recommend it. The free version is really good, and they have a nice perpetual license, so you don't have to buy like a subscription to it and still get updates. So, new babies in the backseat slipping. Hey, Major, won't you play that song? Da Vinci. Okay, wait, what does light rays do though? What does this do? I want to know what that does because I feel like that'd be kind of cool. Diffraction light rays. Link drop off. So how do I make how to make it smaller? Well, I kind of like make it like a blue maybe. Make it like, oh Jesus Christ. Red length, blue soften, brightness, gamma. I kind of like the way that makes the shine look on this model, Heike. Rules add rays of light from visible light or very dark. I like how it makes like my boobie shinier. I think I might. Part of me wants to re-record this in like a different outfit, maybe. Yeah, and then not have my pigtail in it, I think would be good. And I want to do one more thing. There's a blur zoom that I want to try using in the beginning of my videos, and I want to test it here. Stretch blur, is it? Is that not? I'd have to make the video first. Okay. Uh, let me re-record that then. And I just can't pull myself away. Hot spell I can't take. Okay. Connect. Alright. Alrighty. Let me see. Let me customize the model. It's a new emote. Stir on my tongue. There's my skirt. The more I wants to hold me. Do like that, maybe. Oh, I have an idea. I have an idea. Paint. And then go, and then. Do your roof has a belt? Oh shit, it does. Finally home and I got food. Well, welcome back. Ow. Hair. Okay on. This one? No, actually, I can't do it like this. That's fine. That's not the one I want. It's the top. The top's the problem. If I did the arms, though, I think the arms will keep the thing that I'm thinking of, and I don't want it to. It actually doesn't, Pog. Save, done. Set. This is going to be 8. Done. Alright, and now I need this guy, and then I need OBS. Actually, I could just do this like this, and then... Yeah. Yeah, okay. Fancy, yeah, I love the way that BZ did this. Also, it has a hairstyle that you guys don't know about. Okay. Is it not connected? It's not connected. I have to make sure I'm moving first, and then I play the song. I fucked it up. I fucked it up. No. God damn it. Are they on the same key? Did I fuck it up? Put on the same key? Hey. No, I'm just fat fingering. Shit. Okay. Alright, then you gotta go over here. And you gotta go over here. Okay. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. I know what's happening. It's resetting the expression, which means it's resetting the outfit. Shit. Yeah, because it's an expression. Let's think about what you said earlier. Which thing that I said earlier, my friend? Okay, I have a new idea. Okay, let me take the thing I just did. I think this coworker will probably be cool even though they found. Yeah, no, totally. Like, Abby, one thing I would like you to understand is that you're really cool. Like, you're genuinely a cool person. And so, them finding that doesn't change that, No one should judge you for how cool that I believe that you are. There's gonna be a problem. Yeah, exactly that. If it was gonna be a problem, it would have already been a problem. That exactly. Because I know you had some coworker, like you mentioned a coworker before that was like a bit against the trans stuff, so I think it's gonna be okay. Okay. All video attributes apply. And turn this guy off. I'm gonna retain. Okay, it is different. Okay. I think I can do it this way then. Okay. Okay, 4, 5, 6. Okay. I guess they've never heard me down in Florida, even though I've never. I guess they've heard of me down in Florida, even though I've never been there because I got a good reputation from last season. Yeah. And you know why that happened? Because you're a cool person. Like, you're a good person and a good person to work with. You know? Those things only happen to people that are good to work with, you know? Let me do it a little bit up, a little bit out, maybe. And then if that's the case, I don't know if the background darken will matter all that much. Okay. Yeah, I was thinking doing left because, like, the girl in the video does 2 different outfits, right? So I was thinking maybe 2 different outfits would be better than trying to change, like, where they are in the video, you know? Oops. Gonna say baby baby's in the backseat. I don't know if I should zoom it in. Like, if I should zoom it in more to, like, maybe the booba. Or if, like, where it is okay, maybe. Maybe like that, maybe? In the backseat. Okay, maybe a little bit more in. I'm not gonna lie, this took a lot more brain power than I thought it would. I think I want this. I want effects. I want lens flare. I want it to be. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, that doesn't help. I wanted it to be a bit more saturated, but I don't know if I can do that. Ah! Sorry. I don't think I can. Okay, that's okay. I want to turn down. Is it this one? No. It's the light rays. I want to turn this down. Like that. I think that's good. Okay. Delete track. Okay, okay. Now I have to do the audio, which I might be a little lazy about. Zero clips, what do you mean? I might have to use this instead to do the thing. What can I say? Pretty baby with a big head. I want something cool. I mean, this one's kind of cool. This one, that kind of goes up. I think I kind of like this one. What do you mean? So it breaks my heart that I let you leave. Hurts my head singing memories of you. Restore. Download. Snap Vision fonts. I let you leave. Did they not give me that font? I guess they did not. Alright. Risk it anyway. Got it. Transcribe audio. Why is it not transcribing my audio? Delete track, add subtitle track. Would you call me crazy if I told you that I still follow you? You see me now. Curry. Wait, what'd you post? Me appreciating all the. Okay, wait, now why are you lagging? Alright, I gotta reopen DaVinci. Okay, let's see if it'll work now. Video editing, edits. Download, boop, rename to Richmond. And now let's try it. Now maybe it'll work. Subtitles not showing up in subtitle track DaVinci. Not. delete empty tracks. Maybe this will work now. Just not doing on your track, not muted. Clear the cache, make sure all my dimensions. Can I use CapCut to add in try online? Continue with TikTok. I'm lazy. And I'm not gonna lie, the subtitling in CapCut's kind of nice. Alright. New video. Alright, let me render this out then. And render cube under all. I can't wait until these boots are broken in more. They're like almost comfy. They fit. They're just stiff. That's fair. That's how I felt. I've been trying to do my best to continuously wear my boots whenever I go out, so that way they're broken in and they're getting kind of comfy. They didn't hurt the back of my legs this time because, like, you know how like higher boots, like you gotta like they're locking your ankles, so you can't really move your ankles, you know. And so that is what I'm getting. I don't know, 4 spicy. Ooh, yum. Generate. What the fuck do you mean? Why isn't it? Why is it not? What? Is it because it's still uploading? I don't think so. I'm full and sleepy. We'll be sure to get a good nappy. Good nappy. I wear every other day to let them fully dry out and also give my feet a break. That's fair. That's fair. Oh. SRT file from audio. I wonder if this will work. Translate my device. Let's go to video editing, edits, enrichment, audio, upload files. I don't know why this is not working. What is happening? Oh my god, bro, why does this take so long? Jubbler. I don't wanna, I want an online, free online one, please. Get started. This one. I don't want to do it by myself. That's a lot of work for nothing. That's all I'm saying. Man. Why is it open? That's fucking crazy. Okay, well, now I'm upset and I'm sad. So now it means I have to do it myself. Ugh. Why is the playback being funky? Okay. Let's restart it then. Why is this lagging so much? Got 200 seconds. And for the SCP showing, that's okay. It's okay. Next, let's see. The 26th, we'll be watching something as well. It won't be SCP, it'll be something else, I think. Okay, could I make subtitles off of this, though? Could I? If you want, next week, we can try to do it earlier as well. If that is of any interest to you. Sure. Rephrases. What can I say? I don't know if I want to do this. Let's see. I'm lazy and I don't really want to do the subtitles, but I should because that would make the thing cool and you should put subtitles in your videos so that way people can see it better, but I don't really want to. Track. Effects. Text. Ow. Oh, Body, what the fuck? You gonna watch SCP with us, Body? Don't be lazy. I'm trying not to be. I promise you, I'm trying not to be. What about watch what? There's 2 SCP like short films that we're gonna watch in 2 hours in the Discord. If not, that's fine. But at like if you're still up, we can hang out after. I'm ending stream early. I doubt it though. You'll be probably asleep. I mean, what can I say? Wendo in 2 hours. Thought I said that. I'm sorry if I didn't. Science spacing, actor, judge, finite emphasis. Features. I want it to be. I'll be up. You probably did. Okay. I'll DM you if you're interested. I mean, I'll DM you, and then if you're still interested, you can come. If you're not, that's fine. First mana space size bold, extra bold. Explain these SCP 2 hours, 2 hours. I don't know what they're about. Honestly, I just know that's one silent S from a list. What? Yeah, it's like it's just a spook. It's a spooky movie. I mean, sure. Okay, I'll DM you. I know an ungodly amount of info about SCP. Really? I did not know that, actually. I know none. That's cool. It's just a spooky movie. For you, it can just be a spooky movie then, man. Lyric video fonts. These are short films made by the independent peeps. I seen Cabin in the Woods. Pookie, I don't think Cabin in the Woods is... I can't believe I just called you that. That's kind of gross. Anywho, yeah, just don't... It's not... Okay. I'm not looking anymore. I don't want to explain it to Body. I mean... Pookie is non-committal. That's my best friend, and I don't. I wish my bonk wasn't on cooldown. Shut the fuck up. It's just automatic. It's just I call all the homies Pookie. Body is not a homie. Body is a Body is my best friend. The idea is that there's an organization that's maybe a necessary evil that tries its best to contain weird shit. Yeah. I need text effects. I'm lazy. I don't want to do this. I'm very lazy. Elaine is lazy. I don't want to do this. Can we do a video transition stretch blur on this though? I don't think I can because it's text, right? I don't know. Let me check. I can! Holy shit, I didn't know that you could do that. I throw Elaine. Don't throw me. Do not throw me. Don't throw me. Don't throw me. Can't contain a whole state. What are you talking about? You could. So the shorts are around like SWAT team sent out to respond. Yeah. Don't. I'm gonna be honest with you, Happy. Explaining it to him is not gonna help you. Ow, ow, ow! Grading video, so it's like Left side is more shade, other side is tinted a different shade. Gradient filter to the different sides, you mean? Hi, Mr. BX. Thank you for the wellness check. Calling them dense? No.
I don't need it. I don't need it. I definitely don't.
Simple, cheap, effective. If you can.
I don't need it.
Buddy,
I don't need it.
buddy, I need you not to say things like this in my chat. What can I say? I think I want say to be like little different. Also, what can I say? You throw that fetus. No, there's nothing wrong with my fetus. Update on my space game. Huh? Going to go learn to hate in Marvel Rivals. You already know how to hate in Marvel Rivals, but have fun. What is this? What is this? What's happening? Sorry. Hold on, chat. Remember what they took from me? Took what? Roses are red, violets are blue. I thought happiness starts with an H, but mine's that's so cute. That's so cute. And shade, highlight left side, shade right side. Okay. Okay, hold on. I sold so many resources and systems we're trying to overthrow that I caused an economic boom to what? Jesus Christ! Okay, you want to add a little shade to... Hold on, add track. Let me do this. Like this, happy? Is this better? I think I might... Wait, hold on. I do it like this, where it's like... Oops. It's not that one. Yeah, no problem. I can send it to you later. I can send it to you later. What can I say? Do I make the font bigger? Okay, I think I'm gonna change this. What can I? What can I? I'm just brainstorming to get it all to ways to give depth. No problem. I appreciate it, honestly. Thank you for the say check. What if it was 2 rows? So it's like, and then justify left. So it's like, can I see? Could we take the stretch blur and put it like that? And do it same for here. Make it a little thinner. Settings. Oh, fuck. Can I italicize it? What is that font? There's a bolded font in here. Nova. Ooh. Ow, 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 why? Why? I didn't do anything. Extra bold italic. Oh, I just gotta make it bold. There's a big storm that knocks the power out in the Vatican while they were. What? Excuse me? It is my job to bonk you. Okay, fine. Settings, position X 0. Can I? 0. Center. Settings down. Left. Edit, redo, position. Now this entire thing needs to move. Like that, I think. I won't be able to make the showing as I'm sleepy, so I'm gonna go to bed. Good night, like good night, Shelby. Good night. You want me to bonk you? I'll do a free bonk just for you, okay? My eyes won't go because I don't have the button for that, but yeah. I love you. Have a good sleep. Because Jesus saves. What do you? I mean, what can I say? I like that. I have another idea. Instead of adjustment, clip cropping, wait. I need another adjustment. I need another adjustment clip. Adjustment clip. Right? Wait. Me. Let me look. Oh, I like that one. Imperator small caps is nice. Club music font. I mean, no. Or maybe. Is it raining? What is that noise? I need the video transition for this, the word say to be different. Maybe this one. That's not bad. Oh, it's so raining, isn't it? I think it is. Paint on, pen down. Circle spin. Boo! Boxes, maybe? No, that was not it. No. It's this one. No. Where's the ending? Pinlet. All these are kind of ass. I'm gonna be honest. Slide, maybe? Slide. Okay, slide. Slide. I like that slide. The slide. Right, left. Okay. 3 babies in. 3 babies in. 3 babies in. The back singing. The back singing. Backseat. Zygote. Zygote. Why are we talking about zygotes? What's happening? Two. Saw a tweet that said ran through so much vile on. Ran through is such a vile way to put it. I was loved by many. 3 babies in the. And it cuts your 3 fetus versions? That I think I might get banned. Well, maybe not. I mean, I do want to make. I did make an. I did make an edit with my a meme edit with my fetus. So maybe you're right. Maybe that would be a good fit. It would be, honestly. Unfortunately, you are not wrong. I was saying he's in the backseat. Yeah, instead, and when I say we keep the front the same, but the back is the three fetuses just bobbing up and down in the background. I low-key want to do that now. What have you done, Happy? I kind of want to do that now. Shit. Why didn't this make sense? I don't like how this looks. Maybe I gotta make the font bigger. And then do it like this. Turn you off, go away. This version is so nice. Finish this one first, probably. Yeah, but the other one's funnier. The other one is funnier, though. And then I want this to be even bigger. Oh fuck, I need this guy now. I need to be a little bit smaller. This to be a little bit smaller. This one should be 1, and then we zoom it in. Oops. 3 babies. I hate that I have to do this by hand, but low key, it'll build good. It'll build good skill in the back seat. 3 babies in the back seat. It's smaller, so it's like. Singing. This is bold. Wait, no, it should be actually singing. Maybe like that, and then maybe. Would a cross dissolve not maybe look better here? No. Okay, alternatively, what if I... Can I do that in here? Time spacing and advanced controls, layout, center, size, transform spacing, also rotation to size. Let me turn these off really quick because I want to render out this video. I want to try something. Q. bruh. I want to play Let's Build a Zoo, but I'm kind of like in the thick of it for this now. I feel like I can't just stop. Like I can't stop. And then into the thick of it. Into the thick of it. Oops. Okay. Oops. Shit. Track. Oh, fuck. Do I have to do the darken? No, that wouldn't work like that. I think what I'd have to do is actually re-grab this guy. Okay, wait. This goes here. Save. To save. Alright, now I take all of this and remove it, I think. And now I re-grab this guy. Clips. This guy, this guy. And now I crop him the same. Crop top. Crop bottom. And then we take the cropping off this guy. There's an annual competition that goes on for 7 months where people take a picture of brand new boots. What did they do with the boots? Wear them like normal and take care of them. Okay. But how do they decide who wins? There we go. Okay. All right. Now I gotta do a thing with these guys and decide if I want it to affect the background. Oh, that doesn't work like that though. Okay. And them they show before and after 7 months, and people vote which looks the coolest, which pair changed the coolest, and oh, that's interesting. I wonder how that started. Filters. Doesn't work. Okay. It's sponsored by boot brands, and they give away nice leather shoes to the winners. So is it like who takes care of the boots the most, or just like whatever's cool? I don't know. I never participated because I never get a new pair right at the time they're starting, and you have to enter with a brand new pair never worn for day one. It sounds like an expensive tournament. Do you have to bring in the receipt to prove them? That's weird. That's interesting, but weird. I like it, but it confuses me a little bit. I'm going to be honest, because, like, why? But why, though? You know? The word mean looks weird now. No receipt, but you need to take pictures of day one. That makes sense. That makes sense. I could see that. I could see that. Can I not add this to this? I can. Strength. Oop. Let's use. We used white. Is this cool? I don't know if this is cool or not. I think my brain's dying. I think this is cool. I'm gonna be completely frank. I don't know what I'm doing. Boop. Here, badoops. Is in the Discord. Uh, 3 babies in the back seat. 3 babies in the back seat singing to you. Say pretty babies in the back seat singing to you. Think I'm a fool. Last year's winner of the booze counter in the fridge. Okay. Oh, wrong one. Whoa, that is cool. Actually, that's actually pretty slick. I like how they wore down. That's actually really cool. It is cool to see how well cared for or high quality boots change over time. That's true. That's fair. I like how the leather changes. The leather changing is cool. Cause like look how pristine they are, and then like you wouldn't think that these were the same pair of boots, but upon closer inspection you can tell by like the cut to the fabric it is. It's cool. Because it's unique to the person how they use them. Is this not say pretty babies? I keep thinking it says pretty babies. No, it's 3 babies. Say feels like a cross is all it feels like, you know. Say. Maybe it's a pop wobble? Jumping on the trampoline. Why is it so fast? Maybe glow, maybe? They look good, but also well cared for, and you can tell that they're good quality leather and well-made boots too. Anyways, all that to say, I hope my boots look that cool and say I'm sure they motherfucking will. You technically already took a day like when you first got them pictures, so it's it'll be interesting to see like where they are even when you finish like this job, like how they'll look, you know. And some multi-circle white. Let's try drop warp. Maybe that's what I want. Actually. I think drop warp is Is this drop warp? It is. Bigger. Okay, what about this one? I don't know what the edit I'm thinking of, and it's not working. Say, I like want it to fade in and then shake a little bit, I guess. I feel like pop wobble is like the closest thing. Blur scale, blur type, angle scale. Wait, isn't there a camera shake one? This one. Contrast, brightness, saturation. Zero. Shake strength, shake speed. Babe, did you just... Did you just do what I think he just did? Did you just say bless you and thank you to yours? Oh, I didn't know he was home. All I heard was, achoo, bless you, thank you, in a very rapid pace. And I just thought it was you talking to yourself. on the crazy one. This is much better than auto captions, but looks a lot higher. Yeah, higher effort for sure. And it's kind of annoying. Whoa, that's cool. That's cool. Is this like how you wanted it to be?
Yeah, closer. Because it was all like this before.
Oh, and then when you fold it down. The pixels bless himself? No, no, no. I thought that's what happened. But no, what happened was our roommate told him bless you. But I thought he sneezed. You said bless you? Oh, you're the sneezer of the household. I feel like not all the time. I just thought that's what happens. What if I make this higher? Hi, Sonic man. How you doing? It's too fast. It's too much. I think I should have just kept it how it was. What can I say to you? 3 babies in the back seat singing to you. Oh. Bruh, wait, can I save this preset? I don't wanna remake it every time. There you go. Hey, I think I kind of like it though. Let me make it a bit smaller. Oops. I gotta stop doing that. Say baby's in the backseat. Ah, I like it. I think that's actually kind of sick. What can I say? Pretty baby's in the backseat to you. Okay. I actually think it's kind of sick though. Hey DJ, won't you play? Hey DJ would be the first one. Won't you play that song? Won't you play that song for me? Can I text to all caps? Convert case. Shit's gonna piss me off. So I don't want to redo it. For me. Uppercase. Just. Oops. Hey, DJ, won't you play that song for me? Okay, now. Water, no power. Hey, DJ, won't you play that song for me? I think I kind of like that. So it'd be. I'll say that he pays in the backseat singing to you. Won't you play that song for me? I really hate this keyboard. What's wrong with the keyboard? Wait, this one needs to scoot in, I think. On the radio. And turn it up. And turn it up. My radio. Turn it up. Turn it up. My radio. Oops. Ooh, this is gonna fuck me in the ass, isn't it? Oh no. I got 200 seconds and fuck. I don't wanna do this part. This is gonna be all the stream. I'm not even gonna play Let's Play Zoo. This is so it would be right? Well, it's like right? It's like I got two. Okay, I could be together. I got 200 seconds. Okay, so we can break it up a little bit. 200 seconds. And I'm ready to go. Ready to go. What a lucky lad. That's up. Wow, lucky lad is a new bean. Nice. Got 200 seconds. And I'm ready to go. Okay. God. I think this should just say 200, like 200. 200 seconds. Alright, so I got Proximo italic 200 seconds. And I'm ready to go. So like 0. Like that, I think. You have the song quest. I got 200 yeah, I got 200 seconds. A little bigger. There we go. 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. I don't like this one. I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. I think 200 seconds needs to be bigger. Oh, it's so long. It's such a long word, though. I got 200 seconds. Unless we did word by word, we could do 200 in seconds. And then nothing else wrong with it. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry. I got swooped in. I have a 2020 Mac Mini, and this is a 2006 Dell keyboard that shows. Oh, and it's not designed for. Oh, you should get a custom one. If you have the money, you should get a custom one. Custom keys are fun. Got 200 seconds. Seconds. 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. I got 200. Cool. Okay. I got. What is the. Not that guy. This guy. What the fuck? What the fuck? Oh no, it's in here, isn't it? 196. Setting. No. Transform. Size. I got 200 seconds. 200 seconds. The word seconds looks fucking weird now. And I'm ready to go. I got 200 seconds. think this needs to come out sooner. 200 seconds and I'm... Why is this bad? I don't think that's bad. I do not have the money. I cannot even afford a crappy no-name replacement right now. I'm just venting. That's fair. Hey, listen, when you can, you just chuck that shit out the window. Feel great. Feel great. Okay. Alright, I gotta get this back. I got... 200 seconds. Maybe I should say 200. Maybe I should say 200. 200. That's kind of not bad. The size of that. If I do it like this, then we can do like 200. And then we can do this transform size. We can stretch the Y. Maybe spacing. And the size of it. I think I stretched it a little bit too much. Transform seconds. 200 seconds. 200 seconds. Is it because it just needs to be bold? I think so. And then... Honestly, if this was 1... well, I could make the size bigger. Say, let's add that transform space. 200 seconds. This is the safest Dillinger escape plan song. This is the song along with Milk Lizard I get people to listen to before they get into their craziest songs. Interesting. Radio 200 pumpkins and I'm ready to go. Oh, I don't know if I like it. I feel like and I'm ready to go should be like... And I'm ready. Maybe, and I'm ready. Okay, wait. And I'm ready. And I'm ready. Like 1, 2, 3 beats. Punchy. Yeah, ready to go, yeah. I'm fucking ready. Ready. I'm just gonna put these all in the same spot. Ready. 2. And then 1 more below it. And then go. And then, and I'm... Oh, wait, shit. And I'm... Shit, wait, I can't. I got 200 seconds and... Oh, wait, okay, another I have to do, maybe... Like this, and what should and then I want these to be italics. Ready to go. This won't be an italic. And these two. This needs its size to be different. Spacing offset. Size Y. Ready. Oops. Ready. Some Goodwill. Goodwill's a good place to be. It's like watching the Mona Lisa being painted. No, don't be a goober. Goober. And I'm ready to. And then I'm just gonna copy ready and put this down here and then say go. And then. Fuck. Oh, I don't like that. I'm ready. Ready to go. And these need to scoot. Yeah, and I'm ready to go. And oh shit. And I think this actually has to go here, so this can be stepped like this. Ready to go, I think. I think I did it. Jesus. Literally gotta do it for the love of the game because I spent so long making and editing videos and pictures that bombed on social when low effort ones popped off. Feels uncontrollable. All you do is control your quality and consistent put out. I don't know how do people do it, to be honest. No, that's fair. I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like drawing, right? It's like you're doing it because it's fun. And there's no other reason. Like, there's no reason for me to be doing this other than it's a fun song. I really like the song. I've been listening to the song a lot. And I think it'd be cool to do some, like, I guess you could call it, like, typography type shit, you know? What can I say? Baby's in the back seats. Oh, fuck. Fuck off. Fuck off, Twitch handle. Ruining the mood. You, baby, just want you to play that song for me. I think I need to change how I do this. Like, this one, like, now this shit looks so good. I got 100 seconds. Like, this is peak. This right here? Like, this shit, this right here. And I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Like, that shit, that looks fire. That shit, that looks good. But now I gotta do that for the rest of it. And I, like, kind of don't want. It'll be fun when you're done. Yeah, I hope so. I hope so. I think, though, yeah, because, like, I think I feel that a lot. Because, like, for example, literally, I think my most popular video that I did, aside of the Suica, this one, is because I re-edited a clip I already made, and Boffy was like, make a Hope Core edit. And it became my most popular video. And it was a decent amount of effort. And then after that, ones that I put that much effort into did not do as well. But, I mean, they're fun. You know, they're fun. 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. And 200 seconds. I got 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. And I'm ready. Yeah, I like that. I think the 2 is off. Ready 2. The 2 feels a little off. 200 seconds and I'm ready to go. Yeah, there you go. Oh, fucking, I gotta do with the rest of these. Because, like, I think this is good. This. I need to have a border. It's already 6:06, bruh. Okay. We'll play the... Because I'm apparently so hell-bent on this. I will... Okay, this one was the shit, though, so we gotta base it off of this. We'll play Let's Build a Zoo tomorrow. I don't know, otherwise I'm not getting those done, so. opacity. Okay. This is actually really exciting. I'm actually having a lot of fun with this. I wish I could like make this bigger, but I cannot. It's okay though. What can I say? Okay, that's perfect. That's a good example. Say, okay. So this needs to be bigger. Actually, I gotta fucking make my own. Actually, no. This guy, come up. Okay, come here. Kimmy. Come here, little track. No, don't overlap. There you go. There you go. And I just need you to have less opacity. And then, actually, I will just crop you to where I want you to be. This one. I got crop left. Crop right. There we go. Let's do it like this then. It's not exactly even, is it? Wait, wait, no, it almost was. I mixed numbers up, okay. Which means 200. Scoot over a little bit. Seconds. And I'm ready to go. Go needs to be right here. And I'm ready. Ready needs to come down as well. Just a little bit higher. Lamb of God is dropping tonight at midnight. Very cool. And then this needs to go towards the X. Let's see, how does that look? I don't like, let's do 2 then. Let's do 2 spaced. Or bigger, actually. Or I could scoot it. So I don't really like where it sits, so I'm ready to go. And I'm 200 seconds, and I'm also midnight. What midnight? West Coast, East Coast? I'm ready to go. I think I'm wrong. I think I don't like this. Seconds. I don't know what I want to do with the and I'm edit redo. So I don't want to stretch it vertically. I don't want to stretch it horizontally because I just did that. And I'm ready to go. It's like a... And I don't know. And I'm kind of feels like it should be one. And I'm... Because he says it so quickly. And I'm... So it should be like this, in my opinion. So it should be like that. And then... Maybe this, or like less spacing. Sheer, what does sheer do? Kind of like that. And then oh no, edit, redo. What's the name of the god? The band? Yeah, the band. The band. No sheer? Maybe I gotta be okay with it. Let's see. I don't like that. I could do the and as an and symbol instead. See if I like that instead. And then we can make it bigger. And then I can change the transforms to be taller so it fits in here. And then I'm can be in the center. Why are you licking me? Seconds and I'm ready to go. The spacing of this is a little fucked, but I'm doing pretty good, Imperial. How are you? Ready to go. The part of me thinks and I'm like that needs to all be stretched, but then it's like the whole beginning block is stretched, and I don't think. Wait, what if this I'm like here? Seconds and I'm ready to go. Hello, Rainer. Welcome on in. Thank you for the head pat. And I'm doing good. Just got off of work and going to get some work done on my armor. Nice, nice. There was a part of a graphic novel, I think, where when I see the and symbol. Really? What graphic novel? I don't want to make it bigger. How am I supposed to fit that? I'm ready. Okay, wait. I have an idea. I've got 200 seconds, and I'm ready to go. Oh, I don't know if I like that more. Talking with how and is used most of the time, but the and symbol is used between two people who are closer, like in shows. Oh, that's true. That's fair. I never thought about that. That's true though. Maybe it's because it's like it's more aesthetic, maybe? Okay, wait. I got another idea for how to lay this out, and now I don't know if I want to do that or not. And I think that is romantic. Okay, you go over there. I got 200. 200. That needs to be bigger. 200. Smaller. 200. I got, or maybe this needs to be 100 then. I got 200. 1946. 1.9. I got 1.5. I got 200. Oh shit. Seconds. 1, 200 seconds. 200. There you go. He named his pet Ampersand. Oh, and he really cares about his pet. Not even matter cute. Aw, that is a very cute story. I like that a lot. And the and can be super stretched. Make it like super stretched. Super stretched and then I'm ready to go. Like something like that. I don't know how I got 200 seconds and maybe you don't have to squish the and just make it maybe. One second, I will look at chat in a second. I also need to put a bit of rules for tonight's movie because I haven't watched a movie in a while, so I need to do that as well. And is often used as an article of continuation or as a supplement to, while the ampersand is more used to tie two things together exclusively. At least as I recall, the proper explanation is deeper and more precise than that. Maybe I'll change my user to happy and well. Probably not. Oh, I mean that'd be kind of if you did. I think that's kind of cute though, huh? Like yeah, that'd be kind of cute, honestly. My lessons in grammars are fading as I get older. I just remember that you use this and that in places like this and that in order to achieve this or that result. That's fair. That is cute. What if what if we use and we that's a really cute pickup line. You should use that on something. I'm ready. And I'm ready to to, and then go. illustration. Make the X a little bigger. Is the go? No, it's not. Okay. I don't like that they. Why does it have so much spacing on the O? Transform. Is there a shear? Oh, maybe it's because it's. No, there's just so much space between the go and the exclamation point. Cute. I can kind of explain it if you want. It's just, I believe that it's cute because, like, you're putting things together, you know? It's like putting, I don't know if this will make sense to you, Curry, but it's kind of like when you put two Minecraft beds next to one another, you know? It's cute and it's fun. It's the meaning behind it. I was being literal? Is that not literal? Okay, shit. All right. Stop. I did it, and I like it. Shit. Dog. That actually look kind of nice. And I gotta do that for all of it. What can I? Bold transform size Y. What can I say? And then shear it a little bit this way. Settings it. Oh, wait, I can just move it. Maybe no shear? What can I say? Oh my god, words are looking very funny to Elaine right now. Oh my god. I've been staring at words for so long, I don't know what they mean anymore. Hi, Star. How are you? What can I say? Do I want to keep that? Do I want to keep it shaking like that? Doing good work in the studio tonight. I'm trying. I am trying. Or are you? Are you talking about yourself? Because if so, you are always doing a good job. I like this 2U being like that. I think I like that a lot. I think I like this one to stay like that. What if I put my Minecraft next to yours? I think that would. We should all have like a big cuddle puddle of beds in the Minecraft server. That's what I believe. Yep. Both we were in the studio. Good job. I did it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Three. Did I? Three babies in the and size 3 babies in the 3 babies in the back seat. The back seat singing. Oops. Oh, give it. In the back seat. Give it. Nope. Elaine's brain. No, I'm doing this bad. In the back seat. 3 babies in the back seat. In the back. Seat singing. Okay. I think I know. Okay, so. This go here. We keep the singing. Singing go here, but I might make it wider. Babies in the. Fuck. Okay. And the babies. Babies. In the. Like in the Incredible Burt Wonderstone, 2013, where this guy has a bed that's like 6 beds wide, 3 seconds in the backseat. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I want to do that in our Minecraft server, maybe. That or I'll just make a tavern. It'd be better if it was 2 separate words. Boop, boop. Back. Actually. It's not the transform size. Back. Size. I want to make the Y taller as well. Back. Seat. Seat. This is smaller. Layout is whoa. Layout is wider and the Y is shorter. Back seat. Three babies. Babies. 3 babies in make it a little short on the Y. Back. Seat. That can be a bit higher. Babies can be a bit higher. And, I'd like to make the spacing a bit less. A little bit less. On the back seat. And then the word singing. Singing. size. A little bit smaller. Sorry, I will look at chat in 2 seconds. I'm sorry. Spacing. Okay. Why does he have 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go? I think that's how long he lasts. Alright, let's see how this looks. Oh, wait. I can see. Singing. Singing. Wait, I did that wrong. Oh, stop it. Oh, stop. This guy. Mhm. 3 babies. 3. Should be. Oh, like that. Oh. I'm just gonna do a little rules thing. Tonight's movie, just so we can jump right in, and I don't gotta like say this in the beginning. These rules. Be respectful and try not to talk over one another. Please. Wow. Banter and general chatter is allowed. Try to stay in topics that are, yeah, of course, are relevant. While banter and general chatter is allowed, try to stay in topics that are relevant to what we are watching. Read the room. It's a serious. Respect that. Have a good time. I love you. Why is there a rule about no VC on the toilet? What happened here? There was a man named Dale that I used to raid with in Final Fantasy XIV, I believe, or at least hang out with. His name was Dale. He was drunk one night, and he decided that it would be very funny to talk to me while he was on the toilet with a group of my friends. I told him not to. I thought he was going to be just right. And he was like, nope, I'm going to the toilet. And I said, please, for the love of God, do not do that. He proceeded to continue to do that, and then I heard him go to the bathroom. Also, there was another time when a guy went to the bathroom and he fell asleep in the bathroom. So. But yeah, there you go. That is what happened. Bruh, yep. That's what happened. Hey, DJ. I knew there was story rules don't come from nowhere. Yep. Hey, DJ. Yep, they didn't. They certainly didn't come from nowhere. But yeah, that's that story. Don't know why he decided to do that, honestly. It was just, I guess, a thing he wanted to, I don't know. I honestly, it's just a thing that I remember, and I think I would not like to have happen again, you know? Hey, DJ. I think I kind of just want this to be normal. I just want it to be smaller. Hey, DJ. I'm gonna shear it just like a little bit. Hey, DJ. Won't. It's for me. I can't type E. I just know I want this to fit like this. I think Hey DJ should be smaller even. Hey DJ, won't you play that song for me? Can I mute myself? I'm at, well, yeah, that's totally fine. You don't have to talk if you don't want to. I'll be probably talking just because I always, I'm a chatter. I'm a chatterbox when it comes. I'm just kind of a chatterbox when it comes to movies. Won't you play that song? Won't you? Well, Jesus Christ. Spacing. Size. Never mind about that spacing. DJ. Ah! That scared the shit out of me. Scared the shit out of me like I would have scared the shit out of Dale. God damn you. God damn you, Happy. Play. God damn. God damn. That scared the shit. This actually scared the shit out of me. Oh, damn. I feel like I aged 20 years because of that. Where the fuck is this you coming from? Hey, DJ. Hey, DJ won't. Oh, you. Let's make it taller. You're really good at timing those, I will say, Happy. I never suspect them. I don't know. You play. Not that hard. Play. Play that song. Song. I don't like that one. You play. I'm starting to hate it. Watch me disappear for days. DJ. night, Conductor Cow. Mwah. Good night. Sleep well. You say hello, but then you immediately go to bed, which is unfortunate, but I hope you have a wonderful night regardless. The cow eep in your stream. No problem. Hope you have a good eep. You play that song. Oh shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ugh, I'm sicky. You're sicky? How are you? How'd you get sick? You were just fine yesterday. What happened? Sorry, I didn't mean to sneeze. I wonder how many of you will be showing up at the movie. I'm excited though. Song. Song for me. Okay. Bless you. Thank you. I've been sick, but it wasn't bad, but not but it wasn't bad, but now it's drastically increased. No. No. This is actually gonna extend here. What does it be? Although I'll be on mute for the first time because I'm starving and need it. No problem. That song. Did you want you to play that song for me? Dude, I don't want to do this anymore. My lady has a weak constitution and usually gets sick. Oh, poor baby. I hope you feel better soon. I'm sorry, Kiwi. I'm sorry. And turn these two. Okay, no, they're already good. And turn it up, it up, it up. On. Nope, nope. Turn it. Then up. When is movie night? In 15 minutes. On your. Excited to watch it. Radio. You better soon. I'll be so surprised if I actually finish this. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. And turn it. 0. Hi, baby. Hi, Momo. What's the matter? What's the matter? I can't put an ampersand in my Discord username, so it would have to be happy and well. Damn, really? Can't put symbols in your name? Turn it up. I'm walking these woods now. Wait, what is that? I can't check it because I'm on a different computer. Display name, probably. On your radio. Turn it. Just to see you find. So easy. Actually, do this at 0, and then do this one at a. I'm gonna key a car. I'm gonna key a car, chat. I'm going to key a car. Oh no. 1.5 negative. Oh, getting high. And what you wanna find. So cool, I wanna die. Is it too soon to say what's on my mind? Time to see what devilish concoctions they have at the dining hall. What? Why is cock in rainbow? Layout transform. Shear 0 on your. Make it a little bit smaller. Scoot it. No, actually, should have kept that shear. Yeah, on your. And then on, I think. On. It's gawk? It really? You know that it looks like a C, though. Oh, wait, I know. On size. On. Please fit. Thank you. On. Your radio. Transform. Squish. Size X. The your part's gonna have to be taller. On your radio. I think I need turn it up to be different and turn it. Yeah, like that. And turn it up on your radio. Think so? It's very much a G. Oops. And radio. Turn it up on your Turn it. Scared the shit out of me. It was a silent scare, but it was still a scare. Okay, now how does this look? Gonna say pretty things in the back seat singing to you. Won't you play that song for me? Up on the radio. Ooh, I'm ready to go. I don't know. What can I say? He's in the back seat singing to you. Won't you play that song for me? Up on the radio. I don't. Turn it up. Turn it up. Does it have like a center, like stretch one? Barn doors. Transition, barn doors, push scale, blur angle. Wait, what? Up, barn door. This one. Crashing. Okay, why does it stutter on radio? We're scared of farts in LA. Listen, I love farts. It's just, it spooks me. Start here. Turn it up. Crash zoom. They crash zoom for the up. Is there not like a stretching one where you could stretch it? Or maybe pop-up maybe instead? Oops. This one? Slide down, slide up. Actually, can we do stretch blur, but blur angle be 90 instead? Okay, I like that. Okay, so 3 babies needs the vertical 90. Nope, that's this one's 90. Won't you? Hey DJ, won't you stretch blur 90? I got 200 seconds and oh, I did it. What can I say? What? Woo. Okay, I just gotta copy and paste everything that happened before it now. Oh my god. I might have to adjust the timing on words because I think it changes, but What the fuck? Oh. Okay, we'll just... Please. Wait, how? Maybe like right there instead? Okay, so it kind of has to start here. But if it starts... Do it like that. And then like... Bruh, I don't know what to do, because like... This is supposed to go here. Stop. This needs to go here, so... I mean... Oh! Hello, Annex Animates! Welcome on in! How are you doing? You are finding us right at the end of our stream. I will say we are about to go into our Discord and watch some SCP short films, but how was your stream? Okay, I'll stay in chat for a little bit. How's it going? How was your art stream? How was it? Did you have a good time? We are just editing a little, like, music edit, really. How's it going? How's it going? Oh, Bucky! Thank you so much for resubbing for 6 months! You're also finding us at the end of stream. We are just about to go watch a movie in the club room. If you guys like to join us, feel free to. Hello, Artisan. I gotta start that event really quick. But yeah, I have arrived. You are arriving at the end of stream, but thank you for arriving nonetheless. I hope that you are well. I have to go to sleep, then no problem. We're literally ending stream right now. Also, Annex, thank you again for the raid. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. I have to go watch a thing with chat now. Because I promised that I'm very excited. So we are going to go do that. We need to go raid somebody, though. So we're going to go raid Gabby. We're going to go raid Gabby. So if you want to lurk in Gabby's stream, I highly recommend it. Can we play Giant Silver? Oh, yeah. No problem. Actually, let's do that. Yeah, no problem. All right. Let me go lurk in their stream first. With new people, I always go in. Well, progress has been progressing. Fuck yeah, that's awesome. All right. We'll go rate them. No problem. But I love you guys a lot, and I will be back tomorrow. We're going to be doing D&D and then a bunch of other fun stuff. So I hope to see you guys there. Have fun with a Silly Silver LOL. They look like they're having a good time. The bit rate's a little spicy, not gonna lie. But regardless, I hope you guys have fun over there. Remember that I love you guys very much, and I will see you tomorrow. Or in the Discord. If you want to watch a movie with me, we're in the Discord. So check us out in the Discord. Here's the Discord in case anyone's not in it. And here is the raid message. You use it. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you came from. I love you guys, and I will see you in the Discord. Bye!